We are starting session in few more minutes. Please be connected. Yeah, good morning. We will be starting the session soon. We are just waiting for few more participants. I like if you could write your country from. So, good morning, everyone. Today, we are going to start with a new topic, and that is risk-driven protection and detection techniques. In the previous sessions, we have talked many issues related to uh, cyber security, basics of cyber security, and a lot of issues we have discussed. But today, session is more onto the practical side. We will be covering a lot of things related to cybersecurity, particularly into the area of threat mitigation and also how to detect the threat. We will be doing a lot of practical things related to the ethical hacking. We will be seeing a lot of tools, around like 30 to 40 tools we will be seeing. And vulnerability assessment, we will do live vulnerability assessment, how the live uh, vulnerability assessment you can do from your system using the open source tools. And also, we will be covering a lot of paid tools like Nisas. Apart from that, we will be covering very important area of security, that is your malware analysis. So these are the major areas we are going to discuss today. So welcome to all in this very pleasant morning. My name is Dr. Prashant Saxena, and I'm going to take today's session. And thanks to the participants for their early morning time that they are giving, and definitely to the organizers. Thank you so much. So today agenda is about the configuration management. We will see a lot of things related to configuration management. We will do live malware analysis, and we will be doing vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, that is usually called as VAPT. We will talk a lot of things onto the perimeter security, and we will also do the web application testing. Although we are not going to dive in deep into the web application testing due to the time constraint, but in the upcoming sessions, I will be covering all the OWASP top 10 and what are all the application vulnerabilities. So in the upcoming session, we are taking this, but today we are closing to VAPT and malware analysis. So, whenever we talk about any cyber attack, whenever we talk about any type of cyber sabotage, so as a practitioner, as a cybersecurity professional, it is very much required to understand the stages of the cybersecurity. That under cybersecurity, what are the stages of a cyber attack? So, to understand the cyber attack, we have to understand the life cycle. Like if I just give an example, if somebody got malaria, so there is a life cycle of a malaria. So doctor will give you a medical dose, some medicine, and he will ask you that after 7 days these symptoms will go. So on the basis of symptoms, he is detecting something. So in same into the cybersecurity, we have a life cycle. Without a life cycle, none of the cyber attack can happen. Okay. So there are a lot of life cycles that are available into the market. Maybe it related to something yeah. So we are talking about the stages of cyber attack and cyber threat life cycle. So there are a lot of life cycles that are actually exist into the market, and the most famous is Lockhart Martin. Okay, Lockhart Martin is a very famous life cycle. Then we have FireEye life cycle, and then MITRE ATT&CK has also released a life cycle. But today we are not focusing on any specific life cycle. we will be talking on the generic life cycle that are usually cyber attack is happening into that particular area. So the first step for the any cyber attack is reconnaissance. So what is reconnaissance? We will be discussed. The second is weaponization. Third is delivery. Fourth is the exploitation. Then we have installation, command and control, and then action of the objectives. So these are the very like generic points that we are going to discuss today. We are not focusing again. I'm saying we are not focusing on any of the particular life cycle, whether it is a FireEye or Lockheed Martin or anything. But we are talking on to the generic form. So reconnaissance. What is reconnaissance? If somebody want to know about you, because if somebody want to attack on you, he want to know you. So how he is able to know you? He because if he want to check what are the areas, like if I want to give you a small example, somebody want to do a theft in a particular house. So what the thief will do? He will find out that what are the doors, and out of these doors, what are the weak doors, what are the other entrances through which I can enter into the house, and what are the safe exits that I can use once I have done my theft. What are the people living inside the home? What are the strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats? So these all are the things everybody is doing during the reconnaissance phase. So in the cyber security particularly, whenever we talk about reconnaissance means scanning the environment or harvesting information from social media. Okay, so environment, what is the environment means? Environment, your infra, your server, your switch, your router, your applications, these all are called the infrastructures, and these infrastructures are covering under the term environment. So if somebody want to attack on you, he will study what are the servers you have, what are the operating systems on your applications are running, what is the compilation library version of your application, what are the switches or firewall you are using, what kind of IDS and IPS is in your system. Because if we do certain exercises and at the end of the day, if he is not going to succeed it, then definitely it's a pain for the attacker. Okay, and there is a separate uh, metrics for that we will be covering in upcoming sessions. So reconnaissance is a very important part, and in reconnaissance now there is a very important area that is coming, OSINT. OSINT means open source intelligence. Okay, open source intelligence. So this is a very important area, and it is usually focusing on to the people, onto the technology. Okay, so it is focusing on people and technology, that how you will know the information about certain things, like how you know about if a picture is clicked in America, how you know by just seeing the picture that this picture is clicked in America, because that picture might be containing some of the metadata, and that metadata can be analyzed by a lot of tools and technologies. So in this way, reconnaissance is a very important area. Second, we have the word that is called as a weaponization. So weaponization broadly dealing about pairing the malicious code with an exploit to create a weapon. So important area is that once you know about the victim, now you know about the victim, you have done all the studies, you have know what are the internal IP schemes, what are the internal ports opened, what are the services running, what is the manufacturing of IDS, IPS, what are the operating system, what are the versions of kernel. So in the reconnaissance phase, usually attacker do all these basic exercises, do all these basic issues, and in the weaponization phase, he is just trying to pair the malicious code and send it to you. So basically, he can send you an email, he can send you some script or something, and through that particular thing, he can send you the payload. So we all know about phishing. In the phishing, particularly, what is the main aim of phishing? The main aim of phishing is to deliver the malicious code to your system. So when we talk about phishing, it means it is focusing on the second step, that is weaponization. Okay, so he is trying to send a malicious code to you. After this weaponization, the malicious code or exploit to create a weapon is being developed. Now the pairing has been done. So now this particular code is going to transfer you. Transmission of weapon malware to the target by email, website, USB. Then we have the fourth step, that is exploitations. So once delivered, the weapon's malware code is triggered upon an action. This is turned exploit into the vulnerability. So now this is the system, and the malware is reached inside the system. So what the attacker will do? Attacker will activate. Okay, so attacker will be activating and doing starting the exploitation. Then during the installation phase, if additional malwares are more need to be installed, it can be done. And then the pre-final stage, that is command and control, that is C2. We must be hearing this word very much, that is C2 IP. So we are hearing this word very much, C2 IP. So what is C2 IP? Command and control IP. Usually what is the command and control IP? The attackers are creating the infrastructures. Okay, the attackers are creating the infrastructure. It may be supported by some activist group, or maybe some state actors, or any type of such bodies can finance them. And these infrastructure are so expensive. These infrastructure are so developed in an advanced format that they have a capability to connect with the victim at any time. It is usually said that around 32% of the Windows system are having minimum 2 to 3 connections with this C2 IPs. So it is a alarming fact, but it is a true, because these people probably into this category 32%, they are not using the genuine Windows. So not using a genuine software may lead to different type of issues, and basically they are creating some backdoors. Okay, so a command channel for remote manipulation of the victim. So these are the important areas that command and control is doing. Also, they are keeping the connection with the victim. And there is a one more word that is coming with this topic, that is persistence. That is persistence. Persistence means keep connected. If you are keeping yourself connected with the particular victim, it means you are able to deliver the commands. You are able to create a reverse shell so that you can execute any command with the victim. So in this way, a lot of tools are there through which you can detect these command and control connectivity with your system. Also, your machine, your Windows machine or your Linux machine or any operating system you are using, they are also having such capabilities to detect the functionality of these C2 IPs. And last but not the least is the action on the objective. So, what is the objective of an attacker? The objective of an attacker may be data exfiltration, maybe data loss, maybe some data destroy or data theft. So any type of malicious activity or malicious target he has. So these are the action on the objectives. So start with the reconnaissance, creating the weapons in the weaponization, delivering the weapons in the delivery, then exploitation, installation, command and control, and the action on the objectives. So this is the basic strategy uh, used during any type of cyber attack. And today we are focusing more onto the recon part because as a security professional, see there are two sides of a security. One is the offensive side and one is the defensive side. So we are here to study the defensive side. We want to defend our systems. Okay. So for defending, we need to understand the recon part, and definitely for the offensive side, we need to understand the weaponization, delivery, and exploitation. Okay. So, but we will be covering that part two also into the future sessions. But today we are focusing onto the recon part, that how you can protect your system and what are the areas you can take care of so that your systems can be protected. So, what is reconnaissance? We will be studying now, deep diving into this particular area, that is reconnaissance. So, reconnaissance means information gathering. In simple words, knowing your target. Maximum information gathering. More you know, more it's easy to attack. See, we are not an attacker. We are a security professionals. We are a defensive people. We want to protect our networks. So to protect our networks, we need to recon our own system from the outside world, as someday any attacker can do. So in this particular session, we will be taking the things in such a way that think yourself as an attacker and you are trying to recon your system outside the world, outside your office or outside your perimeter. Because if you are scanning your system inside your particular offices or particular your network, then probably you are able to find out a lot of weaknesses, and some weaknesses are not able to disclose during the internal scan. But if you are a person as a red teamer and you want to scan your system from the outside world, then definitely these tools and techniques that we are going to talk today is very much helpful. So, what are the type of reconnaissances? So, basically, reconnaissance is basically uh, divided into two types. One is the active reconnaissance, one is the passive reconnaissance. So, what is the active reconnaissance? Involves direct interaction with the direct target system. It can provide more detailed information, but is more likely to be detected by the target. So, in this active reconnaissance, let us suppose this is my target and this is me as an attacker. So I am directly sending my ICMP packets to him. I'm directly sending my Nmap request to him. And this target can understand that somebody is trying to recon on me. Okay, because probably target is using some of the IPS IDs, intrusion prevention system, intrusion detection system. We already know about it. So the active reconnaissance is very great. It will give you a lot of detailed information, but it is more likely to be detected. And if detected, target is going to block you. So now the second area is passive reconnaissance. It involves gathering information without directly interacting with the target, so it's less likely to be detected. Okay, so you are not targeting, you are targeting a target, but you are not interacting directly. Okay, so you are using some IP bouncing tool or some VPNs or some tools that can hide your IP. So these things are there. Let's have a more look onto the active reconnaissance. So when we talk about examples of technique like port scanning, okay, so port scanning is a type of active reconnaissance. You are scanning the open ports on the system to determine what services are running. Like in the previous sessions we have talked about the ephemeral ports, We are talked about the fixed ports. So all these ports can be scanned. Sometime like SSH is the port 22 port. It's a well-known port. An attacker used to uh, try to get into the system through this particularly port usually. Sometime some security researchers change this port to 7282, any port, any ephemeral port. Now the thing is that attacker can also scam this and find out that what are the services running on this. But if you created a rule into your IPS that if somebody trying to search or recon on my particular port which is using my SSH services, just block it. So creating these type of rules will protect the system. Like ping sweeps, sending ICMP echo request to identify active hosts on a network. So usually we do this ping sweep on something. Banner grabbing, retrieving systems and services information by interacting with services. See, particularly in the port scanning, what we are doing in port scanning, there are 65,530 ports, something I think, or one or two ports I'm missing. So these are the total ports that are inside the system. From 1 to 1000 approx are the fixed ports, and the remaining are the temporary ports. So system, you cannot use the 22 port for the HTTP purpose because these are the fixed ports. For 443, only HTTPS will be work. For 80, only HTTP will work. Now, as a security researcher, like you want to change the port 80 because you know that everybody is hitting my HTTP server by just putting my website IP like 103.1.2.32 port 80. Okay, so I'm creating this port as 8009. Okay, so how it will help me? It will help me that these generic ports are not used. Okay, I'm just changing some of the ports for my particular services. So basically, in the port scanning, even the change ports are also displayed. That what are the ports change and what are the services that are running to it. Yes, just by knowing the IP of the particular application or server, any attacker can find out the open ports onto your system and what are the services that are running onto the system. In today's session, we will be doing the live examples and we will be doing live, all these things will be done live today. The other part is net banner grabbing, retrieving systems and services information by interacting with services via network protocol. Banner grabbing means what are the services running, what are the operating system fingerprint, what are the version of the kernel. We also try to find out the manufacturer of the particular IPS IDS or firewall. So these all things are covering under the banner grabbing, and it is an active reconnaissance. Then there is a network mapping, determining the layout and topology of the network. Because if some attacker want to attack on you, the important part that I've started my lecture from a very small example, that if somebody want to do a theft in your house, what he will do? He will try to find out the doors, the weak doors probably, and also the exit doors. Okay, so in the same way, the attacker want to know that what are the easy doors, easy ports through which he can get into your system, and what are the areas, what are the points through which he can exploit the data. What is the main target? See, I want to say that what is the main target of an attacker? The main target of an attacker is to exploit the data. So the attacker need to send that data to the particular uh, C2 IP or something. So what attacker will do? Attacker will find out the best doors for entry and best doors for exit, because he need to also remove his footprints, because if footprints are available into the system, then he might be caught. So a good attacker will always remove his footprints. So this is all about the network mapping. So he just try to map his network, and by just mapping the network, he is able to find out that what is the topology. Like he can find that this is the router. Apart from this router, there is a firewall. This firewall is basically connected with two switches. Probably do they are L2 or L3. He is not sure about it. In L2, there is a data center and some application is working, and this particular application is on Apache server. Apache version is 1.32. 1.32 version has certain vulnerabilities, and if attacker is able to breach this particular vulnerability, then he can enter through this application by running a cross-site scripting. Okay, so in this way, network mapping will be helpful. The second area is passive scanning. Okay, so passive scanning we have already discussed, involves gathering information without directly interacting with the target system. So in this, the reconnaissance will be not done with the direct access. Okay, so no direct contact with the victim. He will use social media profiling. He will use who is lookup, OSINT, and DS enumeration. What is social media profiling? Like what are the information about the victim is on the social media. Who is lookup means searching the domains registration information, because just by finding the domain registration details, you can find out lot of things. Okay, so these are the important areas that need to take care of. So if we talk about who is lookup, if like there are a lot of fake websites these days, okay, which are selling lot of Adidas shoes or some expensive watches in very like 99% discounts or something. So actually these websites are coming into the internet and developing just to be there for 1 month and then just they are closed. So if you want to check the validity, you just do the who is lookup. In the who is lookup, you will find out that when the website was created, in which country it is created, who is the hosting partner, who has issued the domain, and who is the responsible person. See, these all details are available in the who is lookup. So in any of these ways, you are not directly interacting with the victim. Okay, you are not directly interacting with the target. You are just finding the information about his particular network without actually directing access. Then we have a very good area that is developing right now, that is OSINT, open source intelligence. So it is used publicly available data like forums, websites, social media to gather information. And OSINT has very large data lake right now. And even my data and yours data is also might be available into this OSINT. We will do something someday, a whole session on OSINT, because OSINT is a very important area. Like Shodan, I think most of the people now know about Shodan. Shodan is also a part of OSINT, who is taking care of your hardwares. Okay, so we will be covering today. Shodan part we will be covering today, and then we have DNS emulation. It means gathering DNS records to understand the structure of the domain. Okay, we are finding the DNS records by using some of the tools. So these are the basic difference between the passive and active reconnaissance. So if you have any questions, just drop your questions, please. See, particularly in DNS enumeration, we are finding out that what are the DNS who are resolving the website basically. Okay, so your website is maybe let us suppose www.abcd.com. Now, if you type www.abcd.com on your computer, what actually happening? There is a DNS server, DNS entry you have done into your local system. Okay, so that DNS entry is basically your DNS server address. So your DNS query with your website name abc.com will be going to the DNS server, and DNS server is responding with the IP of that particular website of ABCD, and after that your system will try to go to that particular IP. So this is like a simple process for accessing something. So in DNS enumeration, we are finding out that what are the uh, uh, DNS servers that are resolving these particular IPs. Because if I am able to manage the DNS resolver, if I am able to manage to change the DNS resolver, I am able to lend it you up to a fake website. Apart from this, there is a one more issue that is related to removing of the footprints. Okay, so removing of the footprints means that when an attacker is leaving the system, he is clearing up the logs. So in this particular type of scan that we have just talked about, the passive reconnaissance, there is no need to remove the footprints. But in the active reconnaissance, if you have done the reconnaissance, you get into the system, you get into the victim's computer, do some theft, done some data exfiltration, and if you want to come back, you need to remove your logs. Because if you are not removing your logs, maybe there is a chance that the uh, forensic investigators may find out your IP, your MAC address, or some of the information about you, and they might caught you for the crime. Is it clear? Okay, so let's go ahead. So now we will see some of the specific techniques used in reconnaissance. One is the footprinting, then there is a fingerprinting, and then there is the enumeration. So footprinting means collecting details about the target network such as IP, address, ranges, domain names, and network equipment. So this is about footprinting. You are finding these particular areas. Then there is a separate word, fingerprinting, like determining the operating system, determining the software versions, and network configurations of the target. Okay. So there are a lot of tools like Nmap, ZenMap, and HPing3. So these tools we will be covering today, and we will see that how these tools can be helpful. Then there is a again the third area. First is we have talked about footprinting, fingerprinting, and enumeration. Enumeration means extracting usernames, group names, machine names by interacting with network services like SMB, SNMP, and LD. Okay, so these are the services which are responsible for the network operations, sharing, and all. So, using some tools or some techniques, we are basically enumerating the usernames. And why these usernames are useful? Because when we are authenticating with the system, we need the usernames. Okay, like for password, we can do the brute force. Even for the admin name, we can do the brute force. But if some using some tools, we are able to find out the usernames. It's very easy for us to brute force the password. Okay, so in this way, enumeration is very much useful. What are the broad applications for particularly recon? Uh, where you're talking about cybersecurity attacks. So attackers use reconnaissance as a first step to gather information for potential vulnerabilities and weakness. So this is the very first step that any attacker will do. So if you have faced any attacks into your life, if you are working or you are a security professional, the first step anybody should have to face is reconnaissance. And if we have a proper capability to detect the reconnaissance, then you will see the miracles. You can safeguard your system a lot. Okay, so detecting the reconnaissance is the art. In current world, doing the reconnaissance is not an art. Detecting the reconnaissance is an art. And that detecting the reconnaissance is broadly covered under the very good word that is coming, red teaming. Okay, so you are trying to recon your system outside the world, outside your perimeter, and find out what are the potential vulnerabilities so that you can ask your blue team to patch them. Is it clear to everyone up to this? Just type yes into the chat box. The second benefit of recon is penetration testing. So ethical hackers perform reconnaissance to simulate an attack and identify security gaps. So if you are reconning your system good enough, so you are able to find out the vulnerabilities and you can do the penetration testing. Intelligence gathering. Governments and organizations use reconnaissance to gather data for strategic operations and threat detection. Like if you are searching certain APTs. So there are a lot of APT groups, advanced persistent threat groups. So if you they might recon your system, but if you know that this particular APT1 use X, Y, and Z technique for reconnaissance, and you are able to block these particular methods, then you can safeguard your system. And this particular mapping of the APT's activities with the areas is covering in the MITRE attack framework. Okay, it is covering under the MITRE attack framework, and we will do a separate session on this MITRE attack framework because this is like the need of the hour to understand this framework. So, what are the areas of reconnaissance? On what we can do the reconnaissance? We can do reconnaissance for DNS analysis, IDS, IPS identification, live host identification, network and port scanning, route analysis. So these are the probable some of the areas on which we can do the reconnaissance. In the DNS analysis, we will find out that what are the DNS this particular website is using. DNS also containing some of the records, A record, double A record, MX record, okay, CNAME record. So these are the records that are lying with the website owner, okay, and these records are basically making your website accessible onto the internet. Okay, so if this probably NS record is also there, name server record. If this particularly MX record is changed, it will impact your mail services. If you change the NS server, NS records, then it will change the web services. If you change the CNAME records, it will impact your redirection of your aliases. So these are the areas on which we can do the reconnaissance. IDS and IPS identification. It means that what are the security tools that the organization has installed. Okay, So what are the security tools that the organization has installed is broadly covering under the IPS and IDS identification. We are doing all these things live today. Okay, we are doing all these things live today. I will be sharing the live demo with you. Live host identification, that what are the hosts into a particular network, how many PCs are there, how many servers are there, how many laptop are there, how many switches, network connection, connectivity, all these things are done in the live host identification. Then network and port scanning, that is very important. This area is to be taken care of a lot. So what are the network devices we have done in the live host identification? What are the ports that are open on a particular IP? We can check. And the route analysis, that what are the network traffic routes and ways. So these all areas we are going to discuss with. So let us see one by one. We will covering each and see. You see in the I will make you explain about the particular MX. Okay. So these are the different type of entries. Okay. So these are the different type of entries. MX is basically taking care of your email and email redirection. Okay, about your email redirection, that what are the email services you are having, it is always covering under the MX dot record. The full form of MX is mail exchange records. Okay, and it will specify the mail server responsible for accepting emails on behalf of a domain name. Like if I say there is a website, let us say abc.com. So there is a chance that ABC is having some of the mail services. Let us say that ABC is having some of the mail services. Let us say mail.abc.com. But there is only 5% chance that ABC has set up his own mail server. There is only 5% chance that ABC has set up his own mail server. Maybe on backend he is using some Hostinger or some GoDaddy or some shared MS Office server or some Gmail service he's using. So ABC is a mail services basically that are using the mail server of Hotmail. So during the entry of the DNS record of this particular abc.com, the MX record of this hostinger will be there. The MX record of hostinger will be there. So in the same way, there are different records like A record, double A record, CNAME record, NS record. We will see. I will try to show you some live uh, web console of a portal. Let me show you. Just hold for a minute because these things should be cleared in a very advance. In root analysis, we are finding that what are the servers or what are the hops that are coming between certain points. Let me show you a live example so that it will be more clear to you. Is my screen visible? Okay. So in this particular, I'm just trying to find out the public IP of google.com. Okay. So this is my first recon that I am going to find out the public IP of google.com. So there is a command nslookup. Okay. So nslookup is the command. Now I will type the website name, that is google.com. So if you see, it has responded me with the IP. So two type of IPs are being responded. One is the IPv6. So first is the IPv6 on the upper side, and on the lower side we have a IPv4. Okay. So these websites are running on both type of IPs. So since I am using IPv4, so I am going to use IPv4. I've just copied this particular IP, and now I will try to find out the exact location of this particular Google server. So what I will do, I will find out the route to Google server. Okay, so I will use a command tracert. Tracert is a short form of trace route, and I will just put this IP and I will just wait. So basically, it is tracing the route to this particular IP over a maximum of 30 hops. Hops means your system. Let us suppose you are here and you want to go here. This is my computer, my PC, and let me just erase all these things. Let us take an example. This is my PC, and this is some server of Google in USA. I'm trying to access the services of google.com, but actually it is not like that. It is there that lot of different networks, lot of different routers that are coming in between. My packet is first going to this router 1. Router 1 is transferred to router 2. Router 2 is transferring to router 3, then to router 4, and then to google.com. So each router that is coming between the network, it is called a hop. Okay, so it is called a hop. So every router that is coming in between your traffic is counted as a hop. So in this particular case, how many hops are there? One, two, three, four. Okay, so four hops are there. So if you just see this particular example in this practical scenario, what we are doing, we are trying to connect my system to this particular IP of Google. So what are the IP? My local IP is this. Then it transferred my packet to this particular hop. Then it transferred my packet to this, and this particular hop. See, just by done this, I have found that total eight number of, or I would say eight number of hops are between me and Google. So I can say that eight number of routers basically are between my system and Google. Is it clear? Route analysis means that how your traffic is going from your system to the target system. Particularly, uh, how many of you know about the DNS querying and DNS response? So I just do a small example to make you understand about the DNS concept. Okay. So whenever you are writing or entering your IP, probably in IPv4 or IPv6, you always put your IP, then your gateway, then your DNS. Okay. Usually people are using 8.8.8.8 as a global DNS that is provided by Google. Okay. So Google is also providing the DNS services. Usually DNS services are provided by the ISPs, like BSNL has its own DNS, Geo has also has its own DNS. So what the DNS is mapping, DNS is creating a table on his end, writing the IP and domain. Okay. Let us suppose IP is x.x.x or something, and it is redirected to abc.com. So in this way, a table is maintained by the DNS server. So it has a IP and it has a domain. So all the lists are basically populating at the DNS server end. Now, how the exactly the DNS is working? Let us talk on that. Let me remove all this. Okay. Let us suppose this is my PC, Mr. A. He want to access google.com. So on the browser, he typed www.google.com. But my question is, how your system will know that who is google.com? How your system will know who is google.com? The system will know who is google.com based on the DNS server entry that you have done. Based on the server entry that you have done. Let me show you. I think everybody that know it, but still I want to show you here. Usually we click on this obtain DNS server address automatically. It means we are taking the DNS server from the ISP only. But if I put this particular 8.8.8.8, so now all my DNS queries are redirecting to this IP. Okay. Otherwise, it is directing to the default IP. Let's go further. So let us suppose the user has typed google.com and this is the server of google.com. In the previous example, we have find out that what is the IP. The IP is 142.250 142.250.206.110. So this is the IP of Google. Okay. So basically my aim is to access this website, but this is not possible directly. When you type google.com into your server, what's happening? Based on your DNS address, your request is going to DNS server. Please bother with my drawing. This DNS server is having a table-like structured database, and based on his record, he is responding back to you the IP address. So this particular request is called DNS query, and this particular response is called DNS response. The query is who is google.com. Exactly, this is the string is available into the system when you are sniffing the packet. And the DNS query is not a encrypted query. Okay, like you send the HTTP query, sorry, HTTPS query, it's an encrypted query, but DNS is not a encrypted query. So an attacker can sniff your DNS packet and find out that what website you are trying to access. In response, the DNS server will give you a DNS response that IP is 142.250.206.110. So now your system will get to know that the IP of google.com is this, and now he will try to access this system and he is able to do. So this is how the DNS system works. Now there is an attack that we called as a DNS poisoning. What is DNS poisoning? The attacker will change this particular query, this response. So when the DNS server is sending the response to the client, he just changed the response because it is the unencrypted response. So he will send him the address that IP is 103.22.32.41. Now my system will think that the correct IP is this, and he try to land up to this particular IP. And this is basically a fake google.com. And probably you might be entering your Google ID password or something, and it may be ended with some credentials sniffing, some credentials stealing. So in this way, the entire DNS is working, and this is the most important issues that are facing by the security professional about this DNS poisoning, because DNS is unencrypted. The traffic entire DNS is unencrypted. Let me show you a live example that how this DNS sniffing will work. For that, I need to using a tool, Wireshark. I think most of the people are already having an idea to it. I'm using a tool, Wireshark, for this. Wireshark is basically a network sniffing tool, which is sniffing the packet. Just a minute. I'm just installing a Zoom utility to make it more convenient. Okay. So let us see. This is a Wireshark tool, and what we are going to do now. You can see like lot of traffic is going on. This, if you can see, this is showing the traffic that these traffics are running into this. So this is my wireless adapter. This is my VMware adapter. So two VMs are practically running into my system. This is my Ethernet adapter, and this is the loopback traffic. Okay. So we are using this. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to sniff a packet and we are going to open certain websites. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so I'm going to open a website and my system will send a DNS query and we are trying to sniff that particular DNS query. Okay, so I'm going to start the my tool. So to start the tool, you need to click on this particular shark button. Okay, so I'm going to start the sniffing. So you can see my system has started to capture the packets. Now I'm going to go to my website and try to open some website. I'm trying to open uniraj.ac.in. This is the website. It's trying to open. Let's open something else. Okay, so I have just opened a website that is shiksha.com. Now I'm going to stop this because the traffic that I want to record is being already recorded. Now I'm going to find the DNS traffic in the Wireshark. Okay. So to analyzing the DNS traffic, what we can do, we can put a filter here. Okay, we can put a filter here. So this is a filter. I think so it's visible properly. Okay. Actually, we need to do it again. Actually, if you see, the loopback traffic is being captured. We have to do it again. Just hold for a minute. Let me restart it again because it's very important that what adapter you are choosing. Let me open it again. So I am selecting now Wi-Fi adapter. Okay. So if you can see, I have selected the Wi-Fi adapter. Now I will start the sniffing. Sniffing started. Now I will go to the website and try to open some new website here. Let's open www.sarvgyan.com. So this website is there. The website has been opened. Now I'm going to stop this sniffing and I want to filter out the DNS records. So if you can see when I'm using the DNS filter, so this is a keyword DNS and this protocol, DNS protocol is visible. Otherwise you need to, it's very hard to find out lot of traffic because lot of traffic is there. Okay, so I'm putting word DNS here so that I can find out all the DNS queries. So in this particular, only DNS queries are visible. Okay, so in this particular, all the DNS queries are visible, and these queries are basically, if you can see here, there is a standard query and standard query response. So for every query, there is a query response. So let us see this particular query. What this query is asking. So there are a lot of queries. We have to search it out. See, in this particular, it is asking for this particular gsecondscreen.com domain. Okay, so system is automatically generating a lot of questions. One more thing, if you have already opened certain websites, then probably your internal DNS is storing that particular IPs already. So to do and practice all these things, you need to uh, open a new website. Otherwise, or you can flush out your local DNS. Is it clear to everyone up to this? Can you please share the query? Hmm. Okay, so if you can see here, there are two type of queries. One is a standard query and one is a standard query response. Is it visible to everyone? I have now zoomed in. So whenever you put send a query, your system send a query, it is coming as a query, and whenever the other server is responding, it is uh, coming you as a response. So what are the details you have is covering under this particular data. Okay. So we are just going to find out. So there are a lot of queries that is being generated in just fraction of seconds. Okay. So if you see this particular query, so the particular query is asking for the particular domain name, and this is a type A entry. Okay, so type A, as I've already told you, type A, double A. So these all are the DNS records. Let me show some good record to you so that you can have a better idea. So these all are the records that system has captured, and your my system is basically trying to access these websites like gstats.d, g.doubleclick.net. Now it's fine. Hello. In particularly, DNS is designed without encryption. DNS is having no level of encryption. Why? Because for encryption, you need a public key and a private key. So if you put a DNS into this particular area of encryption, then every time you need to pass on your public key and private keys. And if you pass on your public key and private key, then the time of response will be very high. That's why even today the DNS queries are entirely unencrypted. Because if you make it encrypted, then you need to give a public key and private key, and sharing the time of public key and private key will exactly increase the latency onto the internet, and you will face a slower internet speed. So let me close this. Let's come back to the area of reconnaissance. Okay, so let's go ahead. So what are the tools for DNS analysis? Okay, so we will start with the tools for DNS analysis. In the particular DNS analysis, we are using some of the tools like DNSNM, DNS Map, DNS Recon, and Fears. Okay, so these are the tools, and we will see one by one all these tools, and we will see that how these tools will be helping us to do that. So for this, we have to install Kali Linux, because it has preloaded all these tools. Otherwise, you can install any Linux version, any plain Linux vanilla version. Maybe it's a Ubuntu or Kali, Red Hat, Fedora, anything. There is no restriction on that. But Kali is something which is already having all these tools. Okay, and I'm already running these tools into my Kali machine. So I'm running all these tools into my Kali machine. Is it visible? My machine? Okay. But what I will do, I'm not going to work on the Kali machine. Okay. Because if you are working on a virtual machine, then sometime it is a little bit lag. So what I used to do, what is my practice, I will just take a SSH. Okay, I will take a SSH of my Kali machine, and then I will do all my operations through that particular SSH. That is secure shell. Because if you work directly with the Kali machine or any of the VM, then probably you may be ending with a little bit of latency. So I used to prefer SSH. Okay. So for that, first of all, I need to go to my Kali machine and find out my IP address. Okay. So there is a command. How to find out command in Kali? Anyone? The command is if config. The command is if config. So I've responded that my IP is 192.168.87.131. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to open a command prompt. I'm going to open a command prompt, and now I'm going to create the SSH Ali username @ IP of the machine, that is 192.168.87.131. It is asking me for the password. So now I am into my Kali machine. So what I have done, I'm not using console. I'm not working on VM. The VM is running in the backend, and I'm trying to access the machine through the console. Is it clear for everyone up till now that why I have done this? And I'm going to run all my commands in this my Windows machine from my host machine so that I can feel a lot of latency, a low latency. Okay. So let us go to the first tool. The first tool is DNS enum. So DNS enum is a powerful DNS tool. See, RDP is a different thing. RDP is remote desktop protocol, and RDP is working only for the Windows. For Linux, SSH is there. You can take the control of the shell. So SSH is for SSH is also for the Windows also, and even for the, I would say, for the reverse shell, the SSH is used a lot. So DNS enum is the powerful DNS enumeration tool available in Kali Linux. It helps in gathering information about DNS servers such as host addresses, name servers, Amex record, zone transfers, and more. So to install onto the Kali machine or any other, I've just put down the command here, sudo apt-get install DNS enum, and you can directly use this command also. Okay, so I'm just opening the tool. Okay, just confirm is my screen is visible. Okay, great. So if I want to enumerate the detail of a particular website or IP, I can use DNS enum and just put the domain name. Let us say uniraj.ac.in. So what it has done, see, this is the website on which we are doing the test. It has found out that the website is hosted on this particular public IP. So this is the IP on which this website is hosted. Okay. There is also a wildcard entry that you can directly access to this. Wildcard detects all subdomain will point to the same IP address, omitting result containing this. See, any type of domain, subdomain is basically again pointing to this. This is also visible. What are the name servers? Name servers are this. So these are the DNS servers. So these DNS servers are majorly taking care of this website, and this website is putting their entry in this mail server. So what is the mail server of this? dark.uniraj.ac.in. So if you just open this, website, it is leading to the mail server of a particular university. Okay, it is University of Rajasthan faculty mail server. Okay, so basically MX server, it is enumerating about the details of the mail server. So mail server is hosted on this particular IP. Now it has tried to brute force with the existing DNS records, but it is not able to find anything. And the reverse lookup is also done, and in reverse lookup it will find the pointers out of which these are the subdomains that are available, that is dark.uniraj.ac.in and result.uniraj.ac.in. So Just by doing just a simple scan, it has tell me all these things. Also, it is telling me that what is the IP schema and what is the subnet of the particular website. It is clear up till now that how the DNS enum will work. Basically, it is enumerating the DNS details, and you can use with this DNS enum hyphen whois also to get more information about this. So this is a very good tool, DNS enum. These tools can be run on any Linux machine, but Kali has all these tools preloaded on it. So Kali is more preferred. Now let's go to the other part, that is DNS map. So DNS map is another DNS enumeration tool commonly used in Kali Linux, specifically for root forcing subdomains of a given subdomain. So let's try for this DNS map also. DNS map, again uniraj.ac.in. Okay, tell me what type of scanning we are doing currently, passive or active? Because this is active scanning, because if Uniraj website is having some IPS IDs, definitely he is getting my IP hit over there, and he know that somebody is trying to doing the reconnaissance on my system, on my server. So this is a active reconnaissance. Is it clear to everyone? Let's run this DNS map. Sometimes, see, if you are directly interacting with the system or machine or victim, it is active. Otherwise, it is a passive. So it will taking a little bit time. No issues. Let's go ahead. So DNS enum we have seen. Then we have a DNS map. So DNS map is the same type of tool, which is basically giving you information, discovering the subdomains, which could be used as a starting point. So in the previous DNS enum, we have discovered three basically subdomains. One is a dark server and two more servers. Okay. Then we have a DNS recon. So DNS recon is a DNS submission tools and it is included in Kali Linux already. It allows for performing various DNS enumeration techniques such as standard record enumeration, brute force enumeration, and zone transfer. So let's run this DNS recon -d. Okay. So DNS recon -d. I am putting a domain name cfcs2r.com. It is performing general enumeration. Okay. So what it has found? It has found that it has some name servers. If you can see here, uh, there is a NS1. NS1 means name server 1. NS2 means name server 2. MX servers, MX1 means mail exchange server 1. MX2 means mail exchange server 2. So basically, all these websites are running in HA mode, high availability mode, and this high availability mode they are putting two servers. Okay, so all these details are available. So ns1 dns parking.com 162 something, and IPv6 and IPv4 IPs there. In the same way, ns2 mx1 mx2. If you see, it is giving you a record mx1.hostinger.com. It means the mail server of this website is hosted on hostinger.com. So by doing this reconnaissance, you can find out that the mail server are hosted on which particular mail services. And how these information can be useful? These information are useful in the phishing attempts. Now I know that this website has a mail server with Hostinger. And if I send a fake mail by spoofing it that your mail services with hosting are going to be expired soon, kindly provide your details. So it's easy to approach a person if the basic reconnaissance is already been done. Okay. Also, there is a AA entry, TXT entry. So these are the DMARC entries that are available. See, if you are able to see this, you can see there are a lot of entries. है ना? This is for a particular domain. For a particular domain, these are the entries. We are taking a 5 minute break, so we will be again connecting after 5 minutes. Okay, so let's start with the another tool. We have seen DNS Recon. So in for DNS enumeration, we have seen DNS enum, DNS map, DNS Recon. Fierce is also a tool, but I have not put the PPT over here. Then we have certain tools for IPS and IDS detection. We have LBD and VAPW00F. So these two tools we will be covering. So LBD is basically a load balancing detector. Load balancing detector is a tool used to detect DNS and HTTP based load balancing on a target subdomain or IP address. It attempts to identify if a target is using multiple address to distribute the load. See what's happening if I talk about google.com. Probably Google is not hosting the services on a single server. Probably the servers are spreaded across the globe. So how your query will be responded and which server is going to respond is basically checked by the load balancing server. So, and we are going to detect that load balancing server through the LBD tool, that is load balancing detector. So to get installed this tool, you can use sudo apt get installed LBD, and it's a very simple tool. You can just type down LBD and domain name. Okay, so we are just putting that domain name. So the tool is LBD, and again I am putting cfcs2r.com. It will take a little bit time. Sometimes it will block because like yesterday I'm doing some recon on this particular website. So probably they have blocked my IP. So let's do on some another LBD youtube.com. Tools will take a little bit time. So it is giving you a output, as you can see, ESF. ESS is basically enhanced server functionality, and it is a broader term when we talk about HTTP load balancing. These ESF is basically used. So this YouTube is using HTTP load balancing as ESF, and there are different type of load balancing, round robin, and IP hash, wait round robin, and session persistence. So there are a lot of these tools are there, and if you see to this particular, this is a screenshot of the previous scan. You can see again it is telling me about the HTTP load balancing ESF. See, if there is no IPS IDS, then this type of particular scanning is not possible. They will directly say that there is no load balancing is available. So just by putting these tools, you can find some basic functionality. Then the second tool is you have VAPW00F, the Web Application Firewall Fingerprinting Toolkit. This is a popular tool used for Kali Linux to detect web application firewalls, probably the WAF, Web Application Firewall. It helps identify the presence and type of web so that appropriate measures can be taken during the security assessment. Okay, so I have just run this website on cbip.org, and this is the simple tool you can write. Just put down the command and example.com. If you run and see this output, the output is showing the site is behind request validation mode Microsoft Web. So basically, the website cbip.org is behind this web. So there is a web implemented for cbip.org, that is a request validation mode of Microsoft. So request validation mode is a built-in security feature in ASP.NET. So it means this particular website is built in ASP.NET, and it is designed to prevent malicious input like script injection. So it's this particular website is protected from cross-site scripting attack from reaching the application by validating all input before processing. This behavior is part of Microsoft Web Application Security Framework. So we have done a small recon on this website, and we have found that this is the web application firewall that is used for this website. And we have also found out that ASP.NET is the development environment. So probably if we are able to find out the version of ASP.NET, then it's easy for us to penetrate further. So finding out the version, what type of penetration it is called? Fingerprinting, footprinting, or enumeration? Just tell me. Yes, it's fingerprinting. And what we are doing just now by finding the firewall, what type of web is footprinting or fingerprinting? Great. So for live host identification, we can use these tools, these ARP ping, FPing, HPing 3, mass scan, netcat, and TSC ping 6. But we will be going to take a break or for 15 minutes from now. I'm putting a timer here, and after 15 minutes, we will be again coming. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the live host identification. So in this particular area, we will be talking on certain tools, that is live host identification. Okay, so first and the foremost tool that we always use is ping command. Okay, so we all are using ping command. So that is ping command, PING space. If you just put down the IP of any uh, domain of or any server, it will just result you that whether the IP is live or not. Okay. So let us find some IP and run the ping command. Let us find out the IP for Google again using NSLOOKUP. I'm using NSLOOKUP and for finding the IP, google.com. The IP for the google.com is this. I'm going to ping this particular IP. Okay, so ping is also working in your Windows also. So if you can see that this ping command is basically sending a ICMP packet to the google.com, and google.com is responding him with the response that I have received your packets. So this is used in particularly uh, to find out that the target is alive or not. Is it clear? This is a very basic command that everybody is using. One more thing, by just seeing this particular response of the ping, we can find out that this server is like a Linux based server or a Windows based server. Can you find out that how we can do that? Yes, yes, yes. So by observing the TTL, see the default TTL value for Linux system is 64, and the default value of Linux default value of TTL value for Windows system is 120. But in this particularly example, if you see the TTL value is 118, it means that the organization Google has basically changed the TTL value so that you cannot judge whether it is a Linux or a Windows. Let us try some more website. Okay. So I'm using some another website. I'm using this particular cfcs2r.com. Now I'm going to ping this website. So again, they have also changed the TTL. Okay. But if you ping some internal server or something, like I'm pinging my own server, it is giving the TTL 64. And what is the default TTL 64 is used in Linux. And what is this 131 IP? This 131 IP is my Kali Linux IP. You can see. This is my Kali Linux IP 131. So just a small ping command can give you a lot of information about the target. Is it clear, everyone? Okay. And one more thing, if you want to change the TTL, so there is a command that is IP link set DEVETH. I think it is 0 TTL and 112 or 1221, and any value you can set. Okay. So actually there is some issue. That's why it is not picking up. Okay. So there is a this function is there, and by using set of this command, you can change the TTL value. And basically, these values are available in your particularly this folder. There is a folder -etc and sysctl.conf. So this is the file in which your permanent TTL values are available. So you can read these files if you want to know. If you go to this particular file, there is a TTL value option, and then you can change that particular value. So as a security practitioner, what you can do, you can change this TTL value so that the default value is not there, and the person who is doing the reconnaissance from the outside is not able to scan you. Okay, so let's go to the other tools. Now we have a ARP ping. See, ARP ping is a command line utility, and it is used for sending the ARP packets. ARP means address resolution protocol. Address resolution protocol is basically the layer 2 protocol. Mhm. If you are able to see this particular file, in this particular file, we are going to change the TTL value. Can you please confirm anyone? Is my screen visible? And okay, okay, okay. So yes, yes, yes. So you just go to the downside, okay, and you can just add a line that is net dot ipv4 dot ip underscore default underscore ttl is equal to. So the default is I am putting 128 in this case. Okay. So this is the line you need to add. Is it clear? And now I'm going to save this. Actually, permission denied is there. Okay. Because I have not used this sudo. You need to write. Actually, I have to open this in a sudo with a privilege access. So now I am entering to the sudo access, and now I am entering my file net.ipv4.ip underscore default underscore ttl is equal to 128. So what? Who is using 128? Windows or Linux? Windows. Yes, Windows is using, but what I'm going to do, I'm making this Linux system TTL to 128 so that the other person is think that this system is a Windows system. Okay. So now I'm going to save it. Okay. So wrote 64 lines. Okay. But now I have to restart the services. Okay. Now I have to restart the services. So to restart the services, sudo sysctl -p. Okay. So my services are restart. Let's again ping this same IP. See, is it visible? Now the TTL values are being changed. Yeah. So now if you see the particular response of the ping command, now the TTL is 128. As a common man, as a common security practitioner, what the other person will think of? It's a Windows. Yes or no? But actually, it is a Linux system. So these small things, if you can do, it will help you out. I want to add one more thing here that ping command is everybody using. But I just want to know how many of you use ping command to know the OS fingerprinting. Because basically what we are doing, fingerprinting, and that is specifically operating system fingerprinting. Yes or no? Have you used anyone has used in like this way? But now you will use, and I recommend you to change the TTLs to something unique like for 52, 41, so that even nobody can judge it's a Unix server, it's a Linux server, because if the attacker will find out that it is a Linux server, so probably he will try to hit you in that way. But even if he is confused, it's a Linux or Windows, then definitely he will be confused. Okay, is it clear for everyone? Just put a yes into the chat box. Okay, so let's go ahead. So ARP ping is a command line utility used for sending ARP packets to specific IP address in order to determine whether the IP is in use on the local network. It works similar to ping, but instead of using ICMP packet, it's used ARP request on data link layer. See, ICMP works on L3, that is layer 3 of the OSI model, and ARP, that is address resolution protocol, is working on the layer 2 of the OSI model. When you use ping can be run across the globe. You can find out and ping any IP outside your network also. But ARP ping is not sending the ICMP packet. It is sending the ARP packets. Okay, it is sending the ARP packets. So ARPing is useful tool for diagnosing issues at the link layer and for verification if the IP address is in use on local network. So in local network, if you want to find the MAC address of something, then you can use ARP ping. Okay. So if you see in this particular picture, I am pinging out some of my local IP, and this ARP ping is giving me the MAC address for my system. So it is basically mapping my IP with my MAC address. So if you want to map our MAC addresses, definitely this can be very useful. And how you can use this ARP ping for securing your infrastructure by whitelisting the MAC addresses in your firewall. Okay, so you can whitelist your MAC addresses in your firewall so that you can whitelist lot of IPs. which are actually used into a network. So let's see and start the console. So first of all, I need a local IP. So I will find out my particular machine IP because ARP ping is on only work in the local network. Okay. Okay. So my local IP is 192.168.0.14. So I'm going to ping this. Sorry, I'm going to ARP ping this. Hmm. For ARP ping, we need to do a sudo command. Sudo is basically used when you want to log in and execute the command as a root user. It's not allowing me. Maybe I have put down my firewall over there. Just a minute. Maybe due to the system services we have just restarted now for checking all this, so these issues maybe might happen. Let me restart my system machine in the meanwhile time because these issues are there. That's why I do not change the configuration files during the sessions. Okay. So if you can see the picture also. So in this way, the arc ping will work. So ping and arc ping, I've just given a comparison so that you can have a view over it. So in ping, we have a protocol that is called ICMP. ICMP is Internet Control Message Protocol, and ICMP works on layer 3 of the OSI model. It sends ICMP echo request packet to the target IP address and wait for the ICMP echo reply. So basically, one ICMP echo request will be sent to the target IP will send ICMP echo reply. So it measured the round trip time that is covering as a time delay. If you can see, this is the time that has been taken that I'm talking about. This RTT round trip time is this time, and this TTL means time to live. Time to live means till how many hops it will try to cover. Scope can reach targets across different networks and over the internet as long as the target allow ICMP. It can use for testing the reachability of the IP address, measuring the network latency, and diagnosing the network issues. So these are the major areas in ping can use. Apart from this AR ping, let's try now. It's being restarted from backend. Again, same issues come. We need to figure it out. Okay. In the AR ping, what is happening? It is protocol is ARP. It works on layer 2, that is data link layer of the OSI model. It will send ARP request to determine whether a specific IT is mapped to a MAC address in a local network. It only works within the same broadcast domain, limited to local network segments. Verifying if a device is specific IP active on local network, it will resolve the MAC address and diagnose issue related to ARP. So sometimes it is related to your local network diagnostics, and these are the key differences. Layer 3, layer 2 we have discussed, works on internet, ping works on internet, AR ping works on the local domain. It checks the IP reachability, it resolves the MAC. It can use for network latency, it can verify is the IP is active in local network or not, and it can be blocked by firewalls, and it is not affected by firewalls due to the local segment. So these are the small differences. Then we have another tool, that is the FPing. So FPing is a fast and highly flexible ICMP based network. See, ping is a tool which can ping only one IP, but using FPing uh, you can ping multiple IPs. Okay, so ICMP based network discovery tool used for ping sweeping, pinging multiple hosts in parallel. Unlike the traditional ping command, fping can handle a large set of IP addresses efficiently and is well situated for network discovery. Okay, so let's try for this fping. Always use sudo. So it is telling me this is live, and I can add multiple IPs to it. So it is saying that this is live and this is particularly unreachable. Okay, so you can put down the multiple IPs by this. Also, there is a functionality in fping that you can use a text file to upload the uh, your IP addresses. What is the difference between fping and ping? And like fping can ping multiple hosts in parallel, but ping does not. Can ping a range of IP addresses, but it cannot ping the range of IP addresses. And fping is more faster and more efficient. Ping is slower and can suppress output for successful ping, and retry option is there for unreachable host. So these are small differences that are not making any worry, but you should know if you are using some tools for this. Okay, so any issues up to this? Okay. See, now this is a very good tool, that is Xping 3. So Xping 3 is a powerful command line tool for crafting and sending custom TCP IP packets. Okay, this is a very great utility, and it is used for sending the crafting and sending custom TCP IP packets. It is often used for network security testing such as port scanning, firewall testing, packet crafting, and DOS attacks. Xping 3 can send TCP, UDP, ICMP, and raw IP packets, making it versatile tool for advanced network diagnostic and penetration testing. By using this command, you can install it. So Xping can mimic the functionality of the traditional ping command, but with more control over the packet. For example, to send ICMP echo request, you can put Xping in this way, Xping -1 and the IP address. -1 is specifically that you are using the ICMP echo request. Okay, so if in this picture you can see, I'm sending the ICMP request to the particular server. See, we can do the TCP SYN scan. Okay, so what's happening in TCP SYN scan? We are sending a SYN packet to the server, and we are waiting that it is giving me the SYNAC packet or not. Okay, so before going to this, let me make you understand about this particular TCP IP, TCP connectivity. So now we will see that how the TCP will work. Okay, now we will see that how the we will see how the TCP will work. So see, in every connection, if you want to open any connection, we have a client and we have a server. In every connection, we have a client and we have a server. So let us think of a scenario that client want to connect with the server. In this particular scenario, what is the full form of TCP? The full form of TCP is Transmission Control Protocol, and the another part of transport layer is transport communication is UDP, that is User Datagram Protocol. So in this particular, client want to connect to the server, and client if want to use TCP protocol, particularly, he will send a SYN packet to the server. SYN packet means synchronized packet, that I want to make a connectivity with you, and the server, if wants to make a connectivity with the client, he will reply with a SYN-ACK packet. Okay, so these are the flags basically, which is sending in the form of a packet. So SYN packet is sent, then SYN-ACK packet send is through server to the client. After getting this SYN-ACK packet, the client will know that okay, server is ready to communicate with me and want to establish the connection. So it will send the ACK packet, and once the ACK packet is received, it means that three-way handshake is completed. So TCP is basically three-way handshake in which first packet is SYN, then we have SYN-ACK, and then we have ACK. Okay, so these three-way handshake is completed. After that, the actual data transfer is being possible. After the data transfer is possible, the data is being transferred. Now the user want to close the connection. Okay, so now user want to close the connection, so he will send fin plus ACK, that I want to finish the connection. So he is sending the finish plus acknowledgement packet. The server will reply him the acknowledgement packet plus finish plus acknowledgement packet, and after this the entire connection is being closed. So these are the important areas in a TCP communication. So what are the important flags in the TCP communication? SYN means synchronize, ACK means acknowledgement, finish for finishing the communication, RST reset, PSH push. If you want to send an urgent packet, you can put up URG flag over there. ECE, ECN echo. If you want to explicit congestion notification, that you have already had a lot of congestion in your network, then you have a CWR, congestion window reduced, and NS nouns, used for protection against accidental lock of packet in ECN. So now, what it is doing, this particular is Xping 3, it can send the fake packets. It can send the fake packets of these TCP and UDP. Okay. So now we are going to use that how this TCP SYN packet can be sent. Okay, so to perform a TCP SYN scan on a specific port, what we are going to do? We are going to hping -s. -s means we are going to plan sending the SYN packet. -p means port, and which port I want to send on packet, SYN packet port 80 and the target IP. Okay, so this will attempt to establish a TCP connection by sending SYN packet and waiting for the SYNAC responses, which indicate the port is open. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, so let me clear this. Now, first of all, I want to find the IP of Google again. I think so. It will be on site somewhere. Okay, so I want to send a packet to this IP. Okay, so now I want to send a SYN packet to a particular server. So I am using sudo h ping 3 -s -p 80, and I'm putting the IP here. So now, if you can see the response, so what flag we have received? What flag we have received? SA. SA means SYNAC. Okay. SA means SYNAC. So we have received the SYNAC flag. So if you just remember this particular communication that we have shown you just now, if we have sent and server is sending you SYNAC, it means that server is wishing you to create a connection, is ready to create a connection. And if you send a ACK packet, it means that the session will be established. Okay, so the fake packets can be sent to by using this tool. Okay, is it clear to everyone? It is very useful tool because what's happening? Uh, Sometimes lot of SYN flood attack is there. There is a SYN flood attack in which continuously SYN flags are set to your system, and your system are getting overburdened just by replying it to it. So this is a very important tool. Yeah, clear to everyone? Yes or no? Am I audible? Okay, so everything clear? Okay, so let's go ahead. So let us study the output, that what the output is showing, because it's very important to understand the outputs and to understand the commands. So this is the output that we have received. Okay. So this is the output that we are going to study now. Okay. So it is giving you output. So LEN 46 means the length of the response packet. It is 46 bytes. What is the IP of the target? TTL means time to live is 128. This value is decremented by each hop the packet makes through the network. So what is TTL means? TTL means that till how many hop my packet will be live. Okay. So what is the benefit of having a high number of TTL? Can anybody, right? What is the benefit of having a high number of TTL? If I put TTL, if I set TTL to only 7, then only it will go, not go beyond the 70 TLs. Means it will pass on through 7 routers only. Understood? And ID means it is identification field of ID. S port, this is the source port of the response. So 80 port, we have intentionally put down 80 port. Flag SA means it's sending you a SYNAC packet flag indicating that the target has an open port which is willing to establish TCP connection. Sequence 0, this is the sequence number of packet. So if you can see, for every different sequence is there, the sequence 1 and sequence 0, sequence 1. So for every sequence there is a different sequence number. And Win64, it means the window size advertised by target machine, which tell how many data the target is willing to accept. So this is the window size that is target is ready to accept. Okay, and it is in the bytes. So the target is ready to accept 64240 bytes packet. RTT, round trip time in millisecond, for going and coming back from the target. So this is like the explanation of the output. What are the basic scans we can do? We can do fin scan, and we can do a X scan, UDP scan, flood attack, DOS test, setting TCP flags, sending data with TCP packets. For fin scan, you can use this -F. For X scan, you can use -A. For UDP, directly UDP. For flood, hyphen flood. And for setting up the flags, you can use this. And also you can send you a crafted packet. Okay, if you want to send hello world to the particular IP, you can craft a packet directly also. In this, you are sending a SYN packet at port 80, and data size is 100, and data value is hello world. Is it clear? See, if some people are like studying these topics first time, so it might be little bit confusing. I do respect them, because when I have studied these topics first time, it takes me a lot of time to learn. But no issues. We all are there, and we will be discuss more and more whenever you people want to have a discussion on it. And I will try to resolve all your queries if there are any even after the sessions. Okay, so now we have another tool, that is mass scan. So mass scan is a powerful high-speed port scanner that can scan the entire internet in under 6 minutes, transmitting 10 million packets per second under ideal condition. It is often compared to Nmap, but mass scan is optimized for performance and large-scale scanning. Okay, so let's run this mass scanner. Okay, so I am using this particular mask scanner now. See, so it has reported that the discovered open port is 80 is on this. We have queried him that I want to scan the port 80, whether it is open or not on this. So it has immediately responded me that this port is open. If you have done this same task through Nmap, it will take around 10 times more than the mass scan. You can use other ports also, like 22 is also open, I think so. Let's check. It is not able to find out. It means 422 is closed. Okay, so these are the tools which you can use. Mask scan and Nmap have same functionality, but what are the basic differences? Mask scan is extremely fast, Nmap is little bit slower. Uh, Packet rate is very high, and Nmap packet rate is little bit low. Service detection in mass scan is basic, but in Nmap it will do a greater work. Mass scan cannot detect the OS. Nmap can detect the OS. Port scanning, yes, very efficient. Nmap is can also do, but it's a little bit tough. Use cases large scale scanning and for Nmap for detailed network reconnaissance. So these are mass scan tools that we have discussed. And these are the different commands that you can directly put. If you want to scan a port of ranges also, you can use. Like in this particular example, if you want to scan a particular range, like we have scanned port 80, but now I want to scan port 1 to 100. Okay, so now it will scan all the ports. See, it is starting to scanning all the ports. Now, there is another command netcat. We are not going to take more time onto this. So, netcat is a versatile networking tool used for a variety of purposes such as port scanning, network debugging, and it is often referred as a Swiss Army knife of networking because of its numerous capabilities. It can use for port scanning. It can even use for file transfers. It can create reverse shells. It can work in a listener mode as a server also. Okay, so Netcat is a very extremely tool, and you can find out the details of Netcat. Also, I will be sharing this PPT. So all these commands of Netcat is available in this. The command for Netcat is directly small nc. So nc is the command, and it should always be run with sudo. If you are into the root, if you are a root user, then it's no issues. Otherwise, you have to run through the NC only. For network and port scan, again, mass scan is there, Nmap is there, and unicorn scan is there. So mass scan, we have seen that we can scan the ports. These are the commands. Now the important tool, that is the Nmap. Nmap is also a same tool that is having the functionality of the previous tools, but it is versatile, open source, and it is getting latest updates. And also, apart from this, it is having a GUI version. Okay, like previous tools, all are having into the CLI version, but this particular is a GUI tool, and it is having a graphical user interface version. It is widely used for identifying devices on the network, discovering open port, detecting services, and performing vulnerability assessment. So, vulnerability assessment, OS fingerprinting, this can be very much used. Key features of Nmap, like host discovery is an important feature, port scanning, service version detection. What is the service? OS detection, scriptable interaction, because you can create the Nmap scripts because it is supporting the Nmap scripting engine. So in the previous session also, I have told you about the PowerShell scripting. So you can also do the Nmap scripting also. Okay, and if required, we can do a dedicated class for Nmap scripting because it's very much useful. So the commands are simple. The tool is used as Nmap directly. In Kali Linux, it is pre-built. Okay, so when we write Nmap and the simple IP of the system, it will perform a default scan and give you the open ports. So let's do the Nmap on the above IP. But expect a little delay in Nmap. Nmap is a little bit slow than mass scan. Let's wait for the output. Okay. So what it is saying that two services are basically open and used. It is saying that HTTPS services is working on 443 and MySQL is working on 3306. Okay, so these are the two services which are open. See, this is the state. if you can see, the state is there. State means open. Port 443. TCP means transmission control protocol. TCP protocol it is using, and the status is open. Services is HTTPS. Okay, and two services are running on this particular command. Let us find some more public IPs. I am finding the IP of google.com. Then I am going to run this nmap on this particular. Okay. So again, what are the services open on Google? The services are 80 for HTTP and 443 for HTTPS. Is it clear till now? The basic scan. Now we will go ahead and find some more tools. Like if you want to run the scan on the entire subnet for the active devices and open ports, so you can use this nmap IP range subnet, then 24 or anything. Let's do this. So let us try to find out this particular IP. I will find scan on my local area. Okay, so my IP is 131. So I am doing nmap. Okay, and 192.168.87.0/24, and I'm hitting. Okay, IP is wrong actually. So now it will scan the entire network under this subnet CIDI 24, and now it will tell you that how many hosts are running in this particular network. So if you able to find out the public IP of a server or some web application, you can find out that in the subnet how many IPs are running. Okay. So if you go see, these are the outputs that we got. So what the output we got? We have find that starting at this nmap report for this. So first IP is that discovered is 192.168.87.1. What are the ports open? 2968, 3389 and 7070, and this is the MAC address, and this is the MAC address of a VMware. It means you can find out that this IP is actually running on as a virtual machine. This is not a physical machine. Okay. The second IP he has found 87.2 with only port 53 he has discovered, but the state is filtered. It means nmap is not able to find out that it is open or closed. So when it is confused, it is giving you a word filter, and if the services are domain services are running, again it is a virtual machine. Then it is finding 130. On 130 again it is a VMware port, and these services are running 135, 139, 445 and 3389, and these all are open services. This is the MAC address. Okay, so can anybody tell me how he is able to find out the type of machine? It's the hardware or a soft or a virtual machine? Can you tell me how he is able to do that? Anyone? Nmap is telling you that what type of device it is, how it is able to do that. Actually, no, the MAC address. See, there is a MAC address, and MAC address is basically uh, is a device in such a way that every vendor is assigned with a MAC address group. Okay, So there is, you can check the MAC address by putting here. Okay. So what it is saying? The vendor is VMware. So all this data is already with the Nmap. Understood? Yeah, you can give, no issues. You can change the MAC address. That can also be done. See, in this particular example, I am running the scan in my internal environment. That is why it is giving me the MAC addresses and the local IP addresses. But probably if I am behind the firewall with the public IP, then the external people may be not able to find out these details. But if you have configured VMware onto the public IP, then definitely it is visible. So this is a good tool, Nmap, for ranging of IPs. Then we have specific ports. Like if you want to scan for the specific ports that you want to run ports 2280 which are the important ports. So you can directly put nmap-p, put the port number and then the IP address. Then it will give you detail like this, that this particular 22 port is filtered. It means he is confused in this 443 TCP open and it is running a HTTPS service. So in this way you can scan the specific ports. I have also given down a table here in which you can find out, like for basic scan, you can use this simple nmap target. For range scan, nmap-p and the ports you want to scan, that then target. And if you want to run the port from certain, like nmap-p and 1 to 300 and then your IP. So it will scan all the ports from 1 to 300 for this particular IP. So this is for port range scan. We can also try it. Let's try. We will be trying this particular port range scan and map -p 1 to 300. But it will take time now. See, Nmap is a slower tool and sometimes it will take time. But since it's a local machine, it's a public IP. See, it's only giving 80 TCP HTTP open. So out of 1 to 300, only this port is open. And how many total ports are there? 65,535 ports are there. So how many ports are there? 65,535 ports are there. So it will scan all the ports. Syn scan, it is same type of scan that we have seen in this particular mass scan we have seen. Okay. this TCP flags and all. Sping 3 we have seen. So these all features are in the Nmap. So Nmap is, I would say, father of all these tools. So if you are good with Nmap, you can do a lot of reconnaissance. Then UDP scan is there. Service version detection that detect the version of services running on the open ports. Okay, so you can also try this like Nmap. See, this is case sensitive, so always take care. It will find out the services and the version of services. But sometimes it will take a lot of time. Okay, so I'm just exiting right now. Also, you can use -O for operating system. That what operating system is running basically. But usually Nmap take little bit time. Okay, so it is saying host seems down. So probably by doing lot of Nmap, somebody has blocked us. And you can do aggressive scan. Aggressive scan is a more good scan type, and a lot of things will be disclosed in this, but it will create a lot of noise into the victim's network. Okay, so you need to take care of this. Okay, okay. Let's go ahead. So this is the Nmap GUI scanner, and GUI scanner is called ZenMap. And the beauty is that you can install the Nmap GUI onto your Windows machine also. So this is the ZenMap, as you can see. It's very easy to use. No need for any CLI. Okay, no use for any CLI. You can directly put down the command target here, the target IP here, and type of scan you want to do. Intense scan, intense with UDP, ping scan, quick scan, different type of scan are already there. It will automatically create a command and just press the scan button. It will start doing the scan and give you the results. It will also tell you the ports open, topology, host details, and all these details will be available. So ZenMap is a very good utility that you can use. So this is like scan results of ZenMap. Then we have another tool that is Unicorn Scan. Unicorn Scan is an advanced network recon tool and port scanning tool similar to MNAP, but designed for high performance and asynchronous scanning. It can handle large network scans more efficiently than using the previous scans. Yeah, I'm just taking a 2 minutes break. I'm just coming. Okay, I'm back now. So unicorn scan is a little bit faster. Let's go to this unicorn scan. It is a faster, and these are some of the basic features. It's high performance, multiple protocol, customizable, database integration can be done. Means you can store the results to the database directly to the DB for the faster analysis. Let's go to root discovery. Root discovery. So there are two tools, net discovery and netmask. So this root discovery will tell you that what are the different IPs that are into your network. That can also be done through Nmap, but there is a separate tool for net discovery because Nmap is creating a lot of noise. Okay, so Nmap is creating a lot of noise, but using net discovery, the noise can be reduced. So sometime for reconnaissance the network, we are using the net discovery. Now we are coming to the VAPT part, that is vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. So we will give a brief idea about the VAPT, that what is a VA, what is a PT, and then we will see some of the tools which are used for the VAPT. So vulnerability assessment penetration testing is a process that identifies, classifies, and helps in remediating security vulnerabilities. So whatever the weakness that are lying into the system are basically the vulnerability, and finding these weakness is basically called the VA, that is vulnerability assessment. So what is the definition of vulnerability assessment is? It focuses on identifying and listing the potential vulnerabilities in the system, networks and application without exploiting them. We are not exploiting them. It provides insighting into the security risk but does not go deeper into the potential impact. So only finding of vulnerability is done in the vulnerability assessment. In the penetration testing, basically we are trying to exploit it. under the controlled environment so that we can determine the real impact. This test simulates an attack to see how much damage can be caused. Okay, so let us suppose there is an asset A and there is a vulnerability B. So during the VA scan, this vulnerability is detected, but how much this vulnerability will impact him is done in the PT. So in penetration testing, we are doing a simulated attack. Okay, we are doing a simulated attack, and after doing the simulated attack, we are calculating the damages. So this is the difference between the VA and PT. So major vulnerabilities in network, we will see that what are the major vulnerabilities in network, and the major vulnerabilities in operating system of Windows, major vulnerabilities in Linux, and major vulnerabilities in applications. So these are the major areas, and we will also see that major tools what we are going to use, like OWASP, ZAP, NISUS, Nmap, Nikto, Legion. So these are the tools which are used for the vulnerability assessment. So we will try to figure it out and try to complete in the next 45 minutes or something. Noise. Actually, Nmap is creating a lot of noise. That's why we are adding certain new tools. So vulnerability, see, and we have also given down the tools for detection. That for this particular vulnerability, which tool you can use. Okay. So unpatched software and firmware. So you can use Nmap, OpenOS, NISUS, and Policies Guard. Weakness of default password. Hydra, Medusa, Metasploit, Zone the Reaper, these can help you out. So these all are the tools. Okay, so these are the list of exhaustive list of tools. Okay, so these are the exhaustive list of tools, and you can use these tools. I think so. Many tools we have covered. Like in this session, we will cover Nmap, OpenVAS, NISUS, and Metasploit. We will cover Wireshark. We have covered, and Snort we have covered. I think so. Earlier we have covered. And these all are the theme based tools. So most of the tools we will cover as we are going to complete the sessions in the upcoming days. Unsecured wireless network is a vulnerability, lack of network segmentation, open ports and unused services, man in the middle attack vulnerability, DNS spoofing. So these all are the vulnerabilities related to your network, insufficient IDS, social engineering, unsecure API, insufficient login monitoring. So these are the like basic vulnerabilities that are available in this. Then we have something as a Windows operating system. That what are the major vulnerabilities in Windows operating system? Like unpatched of OS, weak or default user credential, misconfigured security policies, privilege escalation, SMB vulnerability, lack of encryption. So, and what are the tools that can help you out is also written here, because sometimes we find that how we are going to patch the vulnerabilities. So these tools are there which can help you out. Unsecured RDP, DLL hijacking, insecure Windows services, inadequate user access controls, lack of logging and auditing, pass the hash attack, Windows Defender bypass, insecure AD, outdated vulnerable. So there are a lot of, this is not an exhaustive list of the vulnerabilities, but these are the major lists. In the same way, there are major vulnerabilities in Linux OS that we need to patch it out, and we need to find out. Unpatched kernel, weak or default user credential, misconfigured security policy. SS is an important area. SE Linux. SE Linux is a inbuilt functionality in Linux for protecting from the malware. So SE Linux should be enabled. Insecure file permissions, insecure NFS assembly shares, missing or weak firewall rule, lack of auditing. So these are, there are a lot of things that I've shared here and the relevant tools that can help you out. In the same way, there are vulnerabilities in application, and in application there is very famous OS top 10. Okay, so OS top 10 are nothing but the top 10
application vulnerabilities. Okay, so application vulnerabilities are called OWASP top 10. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities. Okay, but there is a organization which is giving the top 10 vulnerabilities, that is called as an OWASP top 10. So SQL injection, cross-site scripting, CSRF, broken authentication, insecure deserialization, buffer overflow, security misconfiguration, insecure API, broken access, XML entry. So these are the vulnerability that might be available in the applications. Is it clear? The like basics of VAPT? Just yes or no? Okay. So what are the major tools? These are the major tools for doing the VA. We have a Nessus, Nikto, Legion, OpenVest. So these are the tools. Let us see one by one tool. So Legion is a tool used for network enumeration and vulnerability scanning, and it can help you in network enumeration, vulnerability assessment, brute force attack, web application testing. It is a free of cost tool, open source tool, and it can be run through the Kali Linux terminal only. So let us start the terminal so that I can show you. So very simple command, sudo legion, asking for the password. It's a very simple tool, and you can use in Kali Linux directly. It will giving you an option for scanning the host. You have to add the host from this plus symbol. You can directly write the website name. I'm directly writing the website name. Mode of selection, what type of scan you want to do. I'm putting easy scan, submit. The progress started, you can see. It is finding out what are the possible vulnerabilities, what are the open ports, all these information will be given if there is any vulnerability. Let's wait. Okay. It will take a minute. So in the meanwhile time, we will see something else. So this is like a basic tool for the basic vulnerability scanning. After the vulnerability scanning, it will give you output like this, that these are the open ports, and if some vulnerabilities is found, then respective CVEs will be shared. The other important tool is Nikto. So Nikto is an open source web scanner that performs comprehensive tests against web servers for multiple vulnerabilities, and it can do vulnerability scanning, SSL TSL check, fingerprinting, plugin support, and server configuration checks. The command is very simple, nikto -h, what means host, and directly put the domain name. So let's see, it will taking a little bit more time, 25 more seconds to go. Let's wait for 20 seconds more. Okay, so it has given that these are the open ports and no CV is being detected. See, this is a very basic scanning tool. It will not give you so much of CV related details. Yes, but little details it will give you. Let's use Nikto. So Nikto can be run from the command line. So we will be writing command Nikto. Let's clear the screen. Nikto -h cfcs2r.com. It will start running and it will scanning the entire website and giving you the details. Sometime it will also give you the CV numbers also. Let's wait. Sometime it will take 5 or 10 minutes. So we will wait for just 1 minute. So it has not tested, maybe due to certain network issues. It is not testing due to certain issues. Let's put some another host. If there is little bit of network issue, then these things may happen. Okay, it will take some time, no issues. We can go ahead. So this is the like type of output you can get. Then we have another tool that is Nisus. So Nisus is a vulnerability scanner tool. It is a paid tool, and you have to pay for it for using. So it is a comprehensive and popular vulnerability scanner, and it is developed by Tenable. It is widely used by security professionals to identify vulnerabilities, misconfiguration, and compliance issues. Nisus support a vast number of devices and environments, including server, firewall, virtual machine, cloud environment, and more. So Nisus is a very good tool, and most of the security professionals are using it. Key features of Nisus: VA scanning, compliance audit, configuration auditing, advanced detection, and custom policies. So these are the key features of Nisus. Once you install Nisus, this could be the login screen. If you go to the login screen, get into the Tenable, you get a screen like this. Let us show you a live working of Nisus. I have Nisus installed in my own system. Is my screen visible? Can you please confirm? Yeah. So this is like, if you can see, it is running on my local host. I have installed Nisus on my local host. Now I will try to connect it out. Okay. So I will put the password. Okay. So this is like a basic GUI for the Nisus. Okay, so this is like Nisus we are talking about, and we have just added one of the target, that is cfcs2r.com. Now we are going to launch the scan. For launching the scan, we need to play the launch button. You will see that on demand it is started at 128. It will take a lot of time, but what's happening, we have already done a scan, and in this way all these details are visible, that what are the vulnerabilities, whether it is a critical, high, medium, low, or info. So some 7 vulnerabilities are detected in a particular scan of certain website. So what are the vulnerabilities? If you click on that, it will give you the entire details, that the remote web server is Apache, this. So whatever the information it can take, it is basically showing what are the open ports and this. So in this way, you can find out the details of the particular scan. If you can see here, this is already running and it will take time. And usually it take like 30 to 40 minutes for a particular scan. Okay. So in this way, the Nessus is working, and you can directly export the reports from Nessus. So these are the vulnerabilities, and you can do the scanning on these type of particular scans. This is the way how to put a new target, and these are the reports that are available with all the details. These are the details of the vulnerabilities that are available. So any questions up to this in Nessus or something? You can write in chat box, please. So now we will moving on to the next tool, that is OpenVAS. So OpenVAS is a free tool, and it is the ultimate product. I would say it is absolutely free, but it's very hard for implementation. It's very hard for implement. Installation is really tough. So it's an open source vulnerability scanner and management tool. It's called as GVM, Greenbone Vulnerability Management. OpenVAS is designed to identify security vulnerabilities in system, network, and comprehensive scan, similar to commercial tool like Nissan. But it's free. It can do vulnerability scanning, compliance audit, regularly updated field, extensive protocol support, and customizable scan policies. Common use cases include network vulnerability scanning, compliance auditing, continuous vulnerability management, penetration testing. Some limitations are there. It is highly resource intensive. It can slow down your system if you have a low on performance. Configuration complexity. For beginners, setting up and configuring OpenVAS may be more complex compared to other scanners, and it is also giving false positive. Even each and every, even Nisas can give the false positive. You have to verify it manually. So to install, uh, these are the commands for the installation: GVM setup, GVM start. You can use this command for installations. It will take a lot of steps into the configuration, and these configuration will help you out in setting up this OpenVAS. To start the configuration. After the installation, sudo gvm start is the command. You can start, and it is taking feeds from OpenVAS. So if you want to update the OpenVAS, this is the command. So let me open the OpenVAS again. Is my screen visible? Okay. Okay. So I am already running the OpenVAS on my local host. I have successfully installed OpenVAS, and now it is running on my local host. So I'm going to log in. This is absolutely free. The best feature about the OpenVAS is that it is getting the all CVs. Okay, if you go to this, you just need to update it a little, and it will share you all the CVs. CV means common vulnerability exposure. It is just taking the time, but it is highly resource intensive. You should be having certain. See, the latest CV that is updated in my system is of 23rd of August. Means yes, day before yesterday. So all the CVs, even if it is released a day before yesterday, it is imported in my OpenVAS. And how to update it? The updation can be done sudo gvm feed update. So now it's a great tool, and it has a dashboard too, that how many scans you have done, how many completed scans. So to schedule a scan, what you can do, go to the dashboard, or you can go to the task, and there is a button for new task. Create on this new task. Name the task. Let us suppose scan CFCS2R, and select the target. Put down the target name. You can manually put the target here. Either you can put the domain, or you can put the IP here. If any credentials are for authentication, you can put these credentials here. Otherwise, it's not required. Then it is asking you what can be the schedule. It would be run once, or you want to repeat it after 30 days or something. So you can schedule your scans also, and just click on save. Once you click on save, the scan is being added, and it will be started once you play on start. So I played on start. Now it is gone into the requested mode, and very soon the scanning will start. A previous scanning I have done of my own laptop. So let's see that what are the reports. So basically, this is a report that I have done yesterday, because it will take a lot of time. So I thought to do a little bit scan and show you the reports. So these are the results. It will telling you that what are the locations certain uh, my IP and ports are accessible, and what is the vulnerability, what are the detection results. So entire professional results are available. You can understand very easily, and it can telling you what are the impacts and what are the solution also. So filter incoming traffic to this ports. So you can see it is one of the good tool which is freely available. Like Nisas, the average cost of Nisas is around $1,000 a year for single user, and this OpenVAS is absolutely free. So definitely, it's a great opportunity to use OpenVAS. So it started scanning. It's still 0%. Definitely, it will take around 3 hours or 4 hours for generating the entire scan results. So this is like the basic window for the open VAS. And feed status. This is very important that from where the open VAS is getting the feeds. So OpenVAS is getting the feeds from NVTs, that is National Vulnerabilities, and CVEs and CPEs are also pushing. CERT bundle advisories are there, DFN CERT advisories are there. Apart from that, GVM has its own data. So it's an excellent tool with lot of feeds. Okay, but it has only two issues. One is installation, resources, and the third thing is resource heavy. You need a high end system to run these particular tools. Okay. session is finished. You are requested to please mark your attendance. Thank you. Certificates will be provided on the email. Thank you so much.